Hello, 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 hello. Yes, I think we should be live now. Have the audio on. Yeah, audible. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Hello, bro. Nice to see you live stream. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we can hear you. Good to hear. Good to hear. Yeah, so I'll just have audio on the first couple of streams, and let's see how it goes. I'm just going to test this out here where we'll have the chat. We'll have a couple of like work with me live streams. What I'm working on right now, I'm working on a bunch of different stuff. Some music videos, some cool projects. I have a lot of projects in right now, and also so basically just some coding projects on the sideline. Nice view. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I'll just create these live streams here. I'm just going to chill and just have these work with me sessions. Also to make myself more productive. You guys can drop by, just have me in the background and put in some productive work. Maybe have some sessions where we do like 30 minutes, 1 hour, and stuff like that. I think it'll be pretty nice. Yeah. I'm sitting here anyway, so there's not really any reason to not stream when I'm sitting here pretty much 8, 10 hours a day every day anyway. So I hope this can help some of you guys to just jump into the stream sometimes. Like if you just see me live stream, just jump in, have me in the background. Let's work together. If it can just help you 10%, I'm more than happy to do that. Love your work and props for helping the community. Yeah, for sure. It's a pleasure, and it has given me a lot of opportunities as well. So I really like helping people out, creating videos, courses, and all of that. So thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. I think it's pretty cool with the chat here on the actual like, live stream as well. So right now it only shows one. I see. Probably make some settings so it shows more. Let me check. Well, probably has to find some music and so on as well. I can play in the background, which is not copyrighted or anything. Or I'm not sure how what type of audio I can use or music. Okay, let me see about the chat box. Always show messages. Maybe that's good. Hey man, I like your videos. Yeah, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Thanks for dropping by, and really happy that you guys like the videos. Let me know if the audio is too loud or if it's perfect. I just have my earpods in right now or AirPods. But yeah, thanks a lot for liking the videos. That's kind of like what I'm doing, and it's cool to create some nice videos when new models are coming out. Just traditional computer vision, teaching all of that as well. So I think I think it's around 500 videos now over the last 4 years. So it has definitely been a long time, but also a cool journey. You just have the sun here just directly in my face, but it'll go down in 30. Oh, probably even an hour, but yeah. Okay, so now I think it stays. I think the message just stays on the screen, so that's nice. So it's much better that that all the messages are just shown now, or like all the questions on the chat. So if I may ask, what is your opinion on the current state of monocular depth estimation and in terms of real-time application? Just sorry, waiting on Depth Pro. So yeah, the new Depth Pro model is very good for the accuracy, at least in the foreground. And I think it has some problems in the background and when objects get further away, but it's pretty much the best monocular model that I've seen out there now. Not anywhere near real time. So I think it takes like 20 seconds, 30 seconds on my MacBook, and it pretty much just takes up like all RAM if you have anything else open. So I think it's like 12 gigs of RAM. They mentioned that they can run like 300 milliseconds on some specific like standard GPUs, but I haven't really seen anyone do that yet. So it's really far. It's really far from real time applications, but one day we might get there. So we have like some models that can run like 10, 15 frames per second on GPUs. Now we have the other models here focusing on. So like there's two areas, like someone focusing on like the spatial consistency across frames. So if you have a video, basically just make it more consistent across frames. And then this Depth Pro model here is basically more for metric depth, but it doesn't work good on video. So there's a lot of inconsistencies of fluctuations from image to image if you just take a video stream. So it's still very far from real time applications, but it's nice for just if you need a couple of images. But real time, it's very far from that. But one day we might get like a real time model that does perfect monocular depth estimation. Probably not perfect, but like down to centimeter accuracy. That would be cool. XIO is quite good, but nowhere near real time. Yeah, sure. For my thesis, I'm trying to find similar model in 3 System 1 to integrate with your object detection like you did and try to run in real time, but maybe such things are not possible. So some of them like there's depth anything model, depth anything 2. I think that's the fastest model, and it should also have metric depth to some extent, but it should be pretty fast. I think you can even run it real time, but not as accurate as the new Depth Pro model, but significantly faster, so that can run real time. Is it possible to achieve distance estimation with a depth anything model the same way you did with Depth Pro? Depth anything plus yellow. Yeah, for sure. You can do that, but it will not be it'll not be the same accuracy. So I think the Depth Pro model is very good. Pretty good accuracy, at least in the foreground. Seen some demos where like once you get up to like 10, 20 meters away, it kind of like struggles a bit, but I think that it depends on the scene as well and how complex it is. Nicola, cool view, man. Yeah, for sure. It's definitely like a pretty awesome view. And can't complain too much. It's nice to sit here with your monitors and you can pretty much just see the water and all the other like towers and boats and like all the yachts. I'll have a look into that. Thanks. One part again more, I would like just like figuring again. Yeah, for sure, man. Thanks a lot for dropping by and asking questions. Always nice to connect with you guys and also answer questions and just engage with you. It works really helpful and motivating me for pursuing the career in CV after finishing uni. Yeah, for sure. Definitely a great idea. If you haven't seen, like, I also have the AI career program. Um, there's like a coupon right now, like a discount code with which is called Program 20, all capital letters. So that's pretty cool if you haven't seen it, but it's in all my descriptions and so on. We have a pretty nice community in there, and I'm trying to build it as like a coding agency, sort of freelance work and so on that I get. It's basically been taking care of the guys in there. We have like weekly live calls, personal help, and all that. It's not just the technical part. I'm also doing a lot of investing, trading, business, and so on. So pretty much sharing all my experiences and all my stuff in there. And some of the guys are starting to get into positions now after the career program. A guy called Daryl, he's done a very good job. So he's helping me out with a lot of freelance projects, but we've got a full time position now. And he has no AI degree or any coding degree or anything. He was in the Marines for 5 years or something like that, and he basically just wanted to get into AI and machine learning. So, but he really put in the work and time, and he's very dedicated. Let's suppose we use it for parking assistance. We'll have good enough accuracy. Also, we'll probably not have good enough accuracy for parking assistance. I know that Tesla is doing that with their own networks, and they have like very good precision on that. But they struggle. They struggle a lot with doing parking assistance with their models, and they're like the best engineers working on that problem with their own custom models, being able to train their own models with lidar data and so on. So it's definitely a hard problem. Way easier with lidar or ultrasonic sensors and so on for like very close distance calculations. Yeah, sure. So about your course, yeah, I'm aware. I'm new to your channel, so I have to see some videos you already did about the binary career of half until now. Yeah, cool, man. I'm curious, how do you keep up with day to day with the field? So I'm scrolling a lot of LinkedIn. Like, there's a lot of cool stuff coming into LinkedIn, but also have a couple of videos where I basically just go over like how I stay up to date. Like, there's the Hugging Face daily research papers. Basically, just look at that every single day. So if you just go to Hugging Face, they have a tab called like daily research or like daily papers. I normally just go through that and see what is the newest research that came out the previous day. Then if you just take a look at that like once in a while, every single day, just spend 5 minutes on that, just scroll over 2 minutes. You pretty much know what the direction is and also what's possible, what are people trying to solve and all of that. So it's a really good resource to stay up to date, but also just a lot of LinkedIn. A lot of guys are posting on LinkedIn. I'm trying to do like 3, 4 posts a week myself. So those are pretty good ways to stay up to date. But also because I'm doing a lot of research for different projects. So that's also one of the reasons why I'm able to stay up to date. But also when I'm creating YouTube videos and so on, I want to come out with the news all the time. But definitely like the best and easiest is just Hugging Face daily papers. It's 2 5 minutes every day, and you kind of like have a high level understanding of what's newest research and the latest tech. Hey man, welcome. Yeah, it's definitely cool. Definitely check it out. Hey Harsh, what are your thoughts on 3D human pose estimation in real time? I think if I think like a media pipe models are doing like estimate like 3D estimate of of uh, of the human pose, and it works in real time as well. If you need to, you probably need some dedicated models that just try to estimate them, because if you both run like a 2D pose estimation model and also depth map, it might take up a lot of processing power and might not give you the best results. Real time is a very hard problem. So medium pipe and those smaller models is probably the best out of the box. And this haven't really been playing around too much with 3D post estimation. I know that there are some other models as well that does reconstruction, so you can just take a single image or a video stream and it's going to do reconstruction. Um, I can't even remember what they're called, but I played around with a bunch of different models, but they're not working in real time. So like vid to avatar, SMPLX, instant avatar. I've played around with some of those, but they're not real time. But you can check out like the width to avatar. So it basically just takes a video and then reconstruct. It does a 3D reconstruction of avatar, and often for most of these models, you can also extract the poses. So it both does the pose estimation, but also the 3D reconstruction of the whole mesh and body with normals and everything. It's really hard to improve the model. So one thing you could do is just like run a filter and top of media pipe, just like an average, moving average over time. That's probably the best one to do, because it's a really hard problem to solve. I don't really know of any other models doing a better job, but definitely like a media pipe is pretty old, so there might be some other models out there. Adrian, you're asking. Oh, Anthony is asking first. Have you ever worked with Jetson R Nano? Yes, I actually have that system right over there. So I'm working a ton with that as well. Creating both some. I'm using that for a lot of projects like deploying models and so on. It's just to connect the camera to Jetson RN, both Jetson Nano boards, the Jetson RNs. Those are pretty good. And when I play around with Deep Stream, Tensor RT, and some of that, I basically just use my RN computer I have over there. So just have the RN and a monitor, keyboard, and mouse connected to it. So if I'm using Linux, I basically just go there and then I have my Mac and Windows set up here instead of using dual boot or whatever. I just have the Jetson board, which is pretty cool. So it's very useful for a lot of real world computer vision applications. I'm a electrical engineering student intern, and I have questions. Have you done facial recognition with YOLO or have tried it before? Not really done it before myself, but I've seen a lot of projects and a lot of people try to do it. So you can just like train a YOLO model to detect faces, and then you'll have to I have one facial recognition project, but it's basically like you need to take the bounding box, basically need to take the bounding box with which the output from the YOLO model, and then train some kind of like feature extractor, and then match that up against some algorithm. So you can train a feature extractor. You can even probably use some project it into like an embedding space or create embeddings based on the images, then do similarity search with a database. So you just need to store like one image of a person and then match all the new ones up against that database with similarity search. So I think that's pretty much like the best approach. I know there's some libraries trying to do some other matching and stuff like that, but at the end of the day, the only way to do it is just like have a database with your faces, do feature extraction on new faces, match that against your database. You can test out a bunch of different methods, but probably just do YOLO for face detection, extract that bounding box, so basically just take the image from the bounding box, and then you can create embeddings based on that, or you can create a feature extractor, classification model, whatever. Creating a classification model will definitely like require a ton of images in the dataset. But just similarity search, you can just have one example in your database. Yeah, there's one SMPL, but again, it's something like 2 seconds per frame. Like, yeah, so that's the main problem. Like once you want to take something to 3D space, it requires a lot of processing power. So for sure, it seems like a lot of people they prefer to. It's really hard to get real time and also accurate models in 3D. So most of the time they just focus on accuracy, and then they just create models that act like work, and it will be slower. Yes, I agree. It's very cool, and I only ask because for my project I want to use TensorRT and have been trying to upgrade my JSON R Nano 8 gig Dev Edition to Jetpack 6.1 using NVIDIA SDK. I'm not sure where it's failing, but normally like you'll run into some problems. Could be first of all you need like Ubuntu host machine. You need I think it only works on like 20.04 something like that. So you need that and need to make sure that your USB cable act like supports data transfer and it's not just a charging cable. So that's one thing. I think that's pretty much it. If you're using the SDKs, you just work out the box. Make sure that you have the jumper cables for recovery mode. So it needs to be in recovery mode before you can do that, and it should detect the board automatically. And that's I think that should be pretty much it. But it also depends on development board. Like I've had a couple of development board for like third party users, um, where it didn't really work either. So I just have the boards from NVIDIA directly now without any third party stuff. Adrian, hey Nola, so do you have the course? Do you have the course, or how do I please? I'm an intern. I don't have a specific course for that, but like you can use the YOLO. Like I have a couple of YOLO courses on my website. I should probably create maybe if I turn it around here. Thanks for mentioning that. Thanks for mentioning that. I didn't add the microphone to the other scene. But yeah, I basically just said that I have the courses. Most of that is for the structure. So I have like all the training in separate videos, like all the pipelines are in separate videos on YouTube. But I have like the code available in the courses. I have the quizzes, all the theory and so on. I also go through that in the courses. So that's kind of like what you're paying for. But everything is also available on YouTube if you want to find it yourself and go through. And then you can just extract like the bounding boxes from the detection models in and slice it with NumPy in the big image. And then I have this face recognition video. There's also a library called face underscore recognition. I'm not sure how it's using it, but it's just creating encodings, embeddings from images, and then you can match that with your database. And this one here works okay, but I'll probably be better with some of the new models that can do image embeddings. So I basically just mentioned everything that I went through after I changed the view. So I had the video and then I just showed my course and talked about that. I need to make sure that my screen I'll fix the microphone as well. Okay, I think I missed a lot of questions while I'm explaining that. Let me go back. I'm curious to see if there's any suggested technique to be updated with CV research papers and models just developed recently. Yeah, so I just mentioned that before. So I'm using like Hugging Face. If you go to Hugging Face, they have a tab called like Daily Papers. That's kind of like the main stuff that I use to stay up to date with. So just go through like 2 5 minutes, just see what are the new research papers, and they're focusing a lot on computer vision as well, but also just AI and machine learning in general. And just scroll LinkedIn. Like I'm posting three to four posts with computer vision. That's mainly computer vision on LinkedIn. So if you're not following LinkedIn, definitely do that. I'm posting all the new stuff coming out and some cool videos. Yes, that's the thing. I've been using recovery mode, a USB-C cable from mine. And there's support damage transfer, so it's weird things. Yeah, it sounds pretty weird. I'm not sure where you're getting the error. Most often you'll be able to download it, but once it actually like goes into an installation, it basically just crashes there and can't find the board. Or maybe you're at the page where it have like the IP and all of that, where it doesn't really support USB. I can't remember how it fixed it. Hey, Nivitus, welcome, man. So, since we're talking about hardware, from your experience, what are some good boards for simple autonomous car for deploying things like YOLO object detection with a camera? So if you only need like a few frames per second and so on, you can get away with a Raspberry Pi. You will need to like downscale the images a lot and run like the very smallest small models, probably like YOLO 10, YOLO 11, the Nano version. You will be able to get away with a lot from that. It's relatively cheap board. But if you want to run some more processing, do some processing to the images, extract the results, do some calculations, run some large object detection models. Or if you need more frames per second, you definitely need like at least the Jetson boards, which has a pretty good GPU. And they're not that expensive. You can probably get some Jetson boards at $300-400. But it's still a lot, but considering like it has a DPU and all that, it's a pretty good option. And you can use it for a bunch of different products and projects. I won't be able to like help with any code and so on because I'll have to go through it and look up code and so on. I have tons of people reaching out to me every day with help. I do provide consulting and so on, but mainly work with mainly working with companies and so on. Is a platform with YOLO taking into account your videos and everything you have explained? I'm not sure if I understand what that question is. Are you talking about Ultralytics or? It's a platform where you'll take into account your videos and everything you have explained. Yeah, I'm not too sure if I understand that. And if there's, I'm doing pretty good as well. Just sitting here doing some work. Just wanted to stream it. I'm just going to have audio on the first couple of times just to answer questions, but I'll probably just be streaming like a lot of times, just sitting here. Guys can jump by, like have it run in the background, and just work with me. If it can just like help people like 10% getting more things done, that's positive then. How to start 3D computer vision. That was a pretty nice space to get into. I have a ton of videos on my channel covering like the 3D space. Um, but to get into 3D vision, we need to know how we can go from 2D space to 3D space, camera calibration, point clouds, do some what are the different operations, how do we go from point cloud to 2D image, what is required to get like a 3D computer vision. So we need to know like stereo vision, structure from motion, some of the new depth estimation models for like AI, where you can just take a single image through the model, you will get the depth mapped out. You need to know like what is depth maps, what is disparity maps, the camera parameters, point clouds, what can you do with point clouds, meshes and so on. Look into some of the new stuff with Gaussian splatting, the nerf models. So it's a large space just in itself, but those are just some of the fundamentals, and I cover a lot of 3D vision on my channel as well. Can I use darknet for model training? Yeah, you can for sure do that. I think it's a bit old. I think it's pretty outdated. If you're not using any commercial use, just use the Autolytics framework. It's just a single command or a couple of lines, and you're good to go. Your working periods of deep blocks or trimesters like Pomodoros. Yeah, so you should probably do that when I'm doing these live streams. But normally just work whenever I want to work, and when I don't want to work, I'm not working. But also because I have so many things going on. But I'm also working a lot on my phone, so I don't really have like specific time slots where I'm working like 1 hour, an hour, 2 hours now, dedicated without like picking up my phone because a lot of my work is also on my phone. But definitely trying to get into more like just doing more productive work for shorter period of time. Is it pink or white? Which one? Is it pink or white? I'm not sure if I understand that one either. Code Ninja. This one, the mouse, it's white. Probably. I think I've seen it in pink, so I'm assuming that's what you mean. At least that's my best guess. I'm trying to combine the depth anything with YOLO for real-time distance estimation, but I'm not sure what is that. Yeah, so I just put out a video recently where I have the Depth Pro model together with YOLO 11. So you can basically just use that pipeline and then just swap out the model with depth anything, and that should pretty much work. Yeah, for sure. Definitely, definitely connect with each other and help out. You're both trying to solve the same problem. Yeah, for sure, Peter. It's two independent models, so it's just like a pipeline. Take the output from YOLO, and then you just have an index from the YOLO model, and you can index that in your depth map. So you can use any algorithm for that, any algorithm, any model. They show you asking if you do reset in computer vision domain, where would you start first? I'll definitely start. Like I feel like I put out some videos as well, but I feel like a lot of people are focusing too much on the theory and not really like how we can put computer vision computer vision out in the real world. How do you deploy stuff? How do you create systems around it and find business use cases? Because we can all like create a YOLO model that just does object detection on video frames and so on. So that's also what I'm teaching in my courses because a lot of people like you don't really provide any value or can solve business use cases just by having a video running and on your own computer. Doesn't really matter if it's running like 10, 30, 100 frames per second, 5,000 frames per second on your own local system with GPUs. The hard part is actually like getting those models to work out in the real world. And that's like where the focus should be because we can't like companies they can't have like people sit and do Google Colab notebooks and Jupyter notebooks and just test out models and so on. So if I started over again, I'll definitely focus way more on the practical stuff to get started with. Of course, you need to learn some theory, how things work under the hood and so on to play around with it, but you don't really need to know it too deep or like on a too low level. I feel like people spend 90% of the time on basically like the 10% of the work that needs to be done and the most important work where it should pretty much be like the opposite way. So you should know like 90% practical work and 10% theoretical stuff on a high level just to be able to play around with the stuff. So But yeah, if I'm getting started again, like learn the basics to start with. Like we need to learn the basics. You can't really do anything if you're not learning the basics. But don't get too much into math and all of that. It's pretty straightforward. And then create projects, but not just like create projects, but act like know how do we create systems around a project. So a project is not just, or like a system is not just like running a video like ImShow and storing a video with the video writer in OpenCV. That's not really a system. That's just a project everyone can do. You can also take a data set, train it with a single line Wells analytics, show a cool video where we're not really getting good detections anyway. We have low accuracy. It's way more important like how do we scale the model, how do we deploy it to like systems in real time, in the real world, how do we connect cameras to it, how do we create a system that connects and talks together with a backend system and UI and all of that. But yeah, that's kind of like what I have my career program for as well. It's way more practical. I help people like get in the right direction. Even creating it as like as a coding agency where like I have my freelance work, I outsource that to the people in there. So it's definitely like a good way to get into project work and all of that as well. But at the end of the day, like there's no business use cases. Like yeah, yes, they have researchers doing hardcore research at Meta, Google, Amazon, and those guys. They have billions of dollars just to like waste, or like not waste, but they have billions of dollars to put in research. But normal like standard companies, even pretty large companies, like they don't have resources for people just to sit around, play around with layers and math and statistics, and just pray to come up with a good model that can be useful. Hey, Abby, welcome, man. I'll probably just have to run for like 5, 10 minutes here in a couple of minutes. I'll get back again, but I'll just let the stream run. So if, I feel like this stream. I'm going to do this work with me, start it with me or whatever, and then just like have the stream running, can answer questions some here and there, but also just put in the work and you guys can have it in the background. Might find some music at some point just to do some cool stuff and drop by, have me running in the background. I think that could be a pretty good idea. I'm sitting here all the time every day, so why not just turn on the stream and engage with you guys, and also if it can just help you guys 10% like doing work and so on, it will be cool. I'll just run here now, guys. I'll just run here now and get back in some time again, but I'll just let it run. Yeah, so the AI career program covers like it includes all my courses, all my technical courses, also future ones. So I'm creating new courses all the time. I'm also getting I've been investing for like 6, 7, 8 years now. So I'm also creating courses around that. Also just like how to land AI positions, machine learning jobs, like how to do salary negotiations, how to stand up, like personal branding. All of that is covered inside the AI career program as well. But even just the whole community in there is worth it in itself. Have some pretty cool guys. One of the guys just landed a job. Like he has no previous experience in AI machine learning. He basically just worked for like 2 to 3 months. He has been helping me out with a bunch of different projects, and he just landed like a full time position, but has always been making a lot from me as well. So there's a lot of different aspects in it. It's just like not only an AI career program. It's basically just like a life program. It's not a get rich quick scheme. So definitely don't join if you expect to change your life in 2 weeks. That's not it. But if you stay consistent for months, years, and so on, it's definitely going to be life changing. I'm there to like help out all the people, basically just teaching my system how I'm doing and all of that. So, but everything is included in there. All my future courses, all my previous courses, weekly live calls, personal help. Like you can always reach me, and I'll get back and help you as much as possible. So that's pretty cool. Hey, I watched your YouTube channel and learned so many things about computer vision. Could you upload a video on how to re-identify down in a crowd people? Yeah, I'll definitely create some videos around that. Have some, but not too much. But it's really hard to do. Like once you get out of the frame, get in again, you kind of like lose track, and the re-identification is pretty hard to do. I just created a LinkedIn post I think a couple of days ago where the new tracking algorithm. Definitely check that out. It should be pretty cool. Is YOLO 11 the same level as Fluent 2 with both offered object taking segmentation and so inside one model itself? Yeah, so it's different models, so you can't just choose like which one of them. But it's different models, but they support all the different tasks: object detection, segmentation, post estimation, classification, um, and all of that. So yeah, one model just supports all of that. But you need to train them separately. Like they're basically separate models, but same architecture under the hood. It's just the head that is changed for the output, and it's very good. It's very accurate and fast as well. Well, I'll just run here for some minutes and I'll get back. So in the technical blueprint diagram, what would be your computer vision approach to find color of lines, total number of different points, and extract the error of label context? Guess that'll be pretty hard to say without like seeing an example, but I'll just try to pull one up. So normally, like, is it really like different colors or what, or isn't it just like the same lines? But you could definitely use some. It would definitely be segmentation in some way. Maybe we can combine it with some large language models to extract some relevant information. But you could do line detection, some thresholding for the colors and so on if you have specific colors that you're looking for. Total number of different points. I'm not sure what you mean by that. An error label context sounds like some OCR that you need to match. So you can detect the lines, the positions of the lines. Then you can detect with the label context with the OCR models, and you will also get like a bounding box around that. And then you can have some logic or algorithms basically just matching the text with the closest errors and lines and all of that. Colors, there's different approaches, but it depends on the diagram and so on. But maybe AS detection, line detection, not line detection, but AS detection would be the best. Maybe some contours could be an option too. It needs to be like objects or at least some types of diagrams, whatever, if you want to do AI models for object detection, instant segmentation. You could just like segment out all the lines, but I'm not sure how much info that will add compared to just doing edge detection. What type of computer vision would you suggest for someone who's starting out with AI? Definitely start in the 2D space. Maybe don't spend too much time on the classical computer vision methods, but if you're mostly into AI, like get started with the object detection models, instant segmentation, know all of that, object tracking. But again, with some of the models that we have now, it's pretty easy to get started with and train some models. So it's way more about how do we get the models out in the real world? What are the hardware requirements? How do we run real time? How do we scale systems? How do we build an architecture around it? How can we take the output from our vision systems and connect it together with other systems? Because at the end of the day, that's what we need to do. We can't just have a video output running on our own local laptop. That's not really providing any business value or solving any problems. So it's definitely like very good to know. So like some DevOps, how can you deploy models on cloud, but also how can you deploy it locally if you want real time performance? Get experience with okay, what projects, what type of use cases can I deploy models on the cloud for? What is required, like what type of model projects and so on needs to happen, like on-prem or like on device, edge device or whatever, locally to be able to run in real time and messaging protocols. How do you send data back and forth? When you actually want to send like data over the internet, Ethernet, like once you want to like connect multiple cameras to your own system, synchronization, how do you take care of all of that? So there's definitely like a lot of it, but I'll definitely focus way more on the practical computer vision stuff compared to the theoretical stuff. Hey Bilal, any work? What do you mean by that? Hey man, welcome back again. I think you said like hi from Japan, so that's pretty cool that you're watching from over there. I'm in Dubai right now. In instant segmentation, can I segment some object from the image, separate it, and perform image manipulation for that object of that image? Yeah, that's a pretty common pipeline. You do that pretty often. Sometimes it's just only object detection as well. So you take the object, and then you just extract that bounding box from the overall frame, and then you can do further image processing on that. Though they will both reduce the inference speed or the processing time and so on because it's significantly less pixel that it needs to run through and you already have your object so you can go into more detail than lower level. Um, oh, but that's actually a pretty cool one. But most of the stuff that I'm working on and going to work on in these live streams is not something I can share. But yeah, I could probably share some cool projects like maybe come up with like 3 5 different computer vision projects that we could have like as a main focus, and you guys could probably like share the results and so on. So that might be pretty cool to do with these live streams. So the live stream series is basically just for like interacting with you guys, answering some questions, just sitting here working. If I can just help you guys like focus 10% or like put in 10% more work throughout the day, just have me in the background or whatever. Definitely going to have some music and so on. I sit here every time, all day pretty much anyway. So why not just stream it? So most of the work I'm doing, I can't share that publicly. But if I'm working on YouTube videos, we can have some common projects that we can work on. That's definitely a great idea. And what type of PC would you be more suitable for that? MacBook, Windows laptop, or desktop? So if you have a Windows laptop with a NVIDIA GPU, I think you get pretty far if you only have like one option. Of course, also a desktop, but you can move around with that. So it really depends on um, what you're looking into. I'm mainly using my MacBook now for 89% of the work, and if I need like a Linux computer, I go to my Linux setup over there. So I just have a Jetson RN connected, so monitor and keyboard and mouse, and then I just go there and do that work. But most of the development, most of the stuff that I'm doing is on a MacBook. If I need a GPU to train, I'm using Google Colab. Some projects I do, a few projects here and there, I do it on my Windows computer where I have my NVIDIA GPU, but it's not really that often. Because I'm mainly working on projects that need to be deployed anyway, and then we deploy it on Jetson RNs or like servers and so on. So I can do all that work on my Jetson. You don't really use Windows in production anyway. But you can get fine with a MacBook as well. Like at the end of the day, you can do all the vision stuff. It will just run slower on the CPU. Which will you prefer, comfortable working in Linux command line or some GUI based OS? Also definitely GUI based OS. I'm doing a lot more work than just like working on code and all of that. So I always want to do model building from scratch, but when trying to code get stuck. Recently, I tried style against when I got stuck in synthetic network. Yeah, so there's a lot of work to be able to do custom models, all of that, especially if you want to do like crazy stuff. I've not really been doing that. I'm just creating like high level models, focusing more on the practical stuff. Because that's both what interests me, but also like what there's more opportunities in that. Because if you want to get into positions where you can do research and play around with models and so on, it's you need to be the big guys at Google, Meta, and Amazon, and some of those that has the resources to be able to spend so much money on just pure research or at universities. But it really depends on your interest and what you want to do. But yeah, often when you're building new stuff, of course you will be stuck, and but you only learn from mistakes, errors, and being stuck, and it's just about solving enough problems. If you've been stuck like thousands of times, it's only going to be easier. It's just starting to become dark outside. I'll just change my camera settings. Just auto exposure. That's not good. For task-specific tasks, I'm training a model which needs a lot of annotation of images. How can I do this effectively for better accuracy results? So I'm not sure what tool you're using, but if you're using RoboFlow, they have some auto annotation tools that can help a ton as well. So they're using the SAM models and grounding Dino and so on. So you can actually like auto label your data set, and does a pretty good job. Yeah, so if you want to get into Amazon, Google, those guys that do research, like even if you get into internet position and so on, you don't really get to play around with big GPUs. It's still like just the standard GPUs. So even though you get into Amazon and so on, it's not just like you're going to do pure research and just be able to do whatever you want and so on. Like you really need to be the highest level, like making a few millions a year and really be like the tough guys to be able to get access to the big GPU clusters and do all the cool research. But yeah, you definitely need a PhD probably because they're doing pure research, and you probably also need a PhD from the big universities or like the larger universities as Stanford, MIT, and some of those guys. That's definitely helpful because if you have a PhD from Stanford, MIT, they're pretty much like there's not really any risk for the company to hire you. They know you're doing good research, you have the right methods, you're good, you're dedicated, you're pretty much the best in the world. So, and then you will just start to get into intern positions, and then you can start grind the ladder from there. But yeah, it's pretty standard. So that's why like 0.0000001% don't even like have a chance to get into the good research positions and those companies. So I don't really focus on that. I focus on the practical stuff, actually like applying computer vision or like practical stuff, use cases, like real business use cases, trying to solve that than just doing research. A lot of people in school, university, and so on, they focus too much on the theoretical stuff. So they focus on trying to get to the level of the big guys, which is only like 0.0000001% of the guys getting into those companies that can do pre-research. Um, so knowing like the theory, like 70% of the theory in machine learning, AI, statistics, math, and so on, it doesn't really get you anywhere. It doesn't matter if you know 10%, like 20%, or you know 50, 60%. Either it's like 20% or it's 100%. And then you go for the big guys. But it's basically just the same as becoming like a professional football player, like being the best professional football player in the world. Um, that's the guys they're hiring. Like they're the best football team in the world, soccer team. So they're only going to hire the best. Of course, you can be good from any other university and so on. It's just way more risky. And if you don't have a proven track record, if you don't have any things to show, you just have like publication from an unknown university. That's just a ton of risk for from their companies. And why should they hire you compared to like what makes you stand out compared to like all the other guys like graduating from Stanford and MIT every year? And that's you just gotta play the card that you've been dealt, and you can get very far. You can get very far. You can even get more further than those guys. For me, personally, training a model for business use cases in 4090 PC takes 3 days. Depends on the dataset size, but the 4090 is a pretty powerful GPU. Probably the only way, and that's using multiple GPUs in a cloud environment, but it will take time to set up and all of that as well. But it depends on the number of images that you have. But a 4090 PC or like a RTX graphics card is pretty good. If you want to get better, like you really need like high level GPUs, and then you need multiple as well. Even if you go for like some server GPUs as L4s, T4s, and so on, it's not really going to be much better compared to the 4090 graphics card. So those other cards, it's good if you want to like scale to multiple systems and have many GPUs connected together. But just a single GPU 4090 is very good for the price. But again, it depends on the number of images. Like if you're talking, you probably have thousands of images since it takes 3 days to train. Probably, I'll probably say, and it also depends on the number of epochs that you're training. The model that you're training, are you training from scratch or pre-trained? So there's a lot of factors. Or the necessary tools of building a model that can run in real time, like depth estimation on mobile chips, like the ones you find in vehicles. So I think the only vehicles with depth estimation models is Tesla's, and they all have their own inference computer. So all the models are specifically optimized for their own inference computers. They're the best AI engineers in the world. So it's also hardware. It's not just the software and the models, but it needs to be very lightweight. They trained it specifically on their cameras, like having lidars on top of cars, like generating ground truth data, so they can train like specific models for their cars, and then they have them lightweight, so it's very fine tuned for that. And then they just like have very optimized both code and also models specifically for the inference computer in the car. They even like have custom C compilers for like speeding everything up. So no one is even near that. Like some of the newest research coming out now, they have pretty good metric depth accuracy, but it's very like those models are very slow, nowhere near real time. So Tesla definitely has some models that is the best out there, and also the hardware, the inference hardware. They're probably the best. They have the best inference hardware in the world as well for AI models. They're probably impossible to create something similar unless you have the resources. Hey, Vishal, man. Yeah, for sure. Definitely reach out to me on LinkedIn. Really appreciate it, and hope you have enjoyed the course as well. Not sure which one you have taken, but yeah, I really appreciate that you enjoyed them, and hope to see you in more. I'm not sure if you've seen the AI career program on our website that contains like all the courses and so on. Reach out to me on LinkedIn. If you already have the course, I can give you a discount for the AI career program if you've already taken the courses. So that's some of the courses, at least all the other ones are available in there. Have weekly live calls and everything. So that's pretty cool. And it's also like just personal branding. LinkedIn, how do you stand out? How do you land jobs in the machine learning AI world? Freelance work. Pretty much teach my whole system in there. So yeah, definitely check that out as well. Pretty nice to see so many guys joining. 11 guys just sitting here and chilling. That's cool. Hey Wilton, my PC specs are Core i5, 8 core RTX 4060, and 32 gigs of memory. My question is, how can I increase the FPS to around 20 frames per second? The only way to increase the frames per second is to lower the model size, or like do some optimization framework. So you have an NVIDIA GPU, you can use the Tensor RT optimization framework. If you're just using the PyTorch model or the next model and so on out of the box, and you optimize it for Tensor RT, I have a couple of videos covering that as well. But even the YOLO models, if you just run on, I was running it, doing some benchmarking on A100 chip, so it does like 30 frames per second with the raw PyTorch model, and does 300 frames per second with Tensor RT. So if you want to increase the frames per second, definitely like export the model into an optimized framework. 4060 is pretty powerful, pretty powerful card as well. Depends on what type of model. I'm not sure what type of model you're running, but it sounds like some kind of like detection model. I'm not sure if it's custom or YOLO model or whatever. Just turn on the light. For image reasoning tasks like visual question answering, can you help me understand how the vision language models gets it? Yeah, so it's basically just doing image. So it's, you take your image, you create the embedding from the images as well, and then you have it in the same space as a text, and then it basically just works in the embedding space. I have a couple of videos explaining embedding spaces and all of that, but that's basically how they work. And then you just need to train on a data set with the questions and answers, and then those will be translated into embeddings, and you have your images converted into embeddings as well, and then you can train your models on that. Then so far I've been running ELV8 small for 8 CCTV cameras with image resolution. Full HD, and the FPS I'm getting is around 7 per CCTV camera previous, and it's truncated. Yeah, so once you do that, like you also need to take into account all the frame synchronization, encoding of images and so on, because you have eight cameras connected to the same GPUs at the same time. So you probably need like a framework as DeepStream, NVIDIA DeepStream, to take care of all of that. It's also going to take the model and export it into a TensorRT engine and take care of all the synchronization, parallelization, and all of that. So that's pretty much the only way to solve that. But you should definitely lower your image resolution. E- Even when you pass it through the YOLO-V8 small model, it's going to decrease it anyway. When asking questions which is not from trained image text 13K dataset, the model responds differently. Should I need to increase? Yeah, so definitely need like a huge data set to be able to generalize to whatever task is still early in the days. Vision language models. You need some really big ones if you want to have good accuracy. Um, so 13,000 images is probably nothing. Like you probably need like hundreds, if not millions, of images if you want to get the same accuracy visual as OpenAI, Claude, and those guys. Yeah, for sure. Definitely check out Deepstream. It's pretty cool. Looks like some. Is it a commercial project that you're working on, or just some personal projects? And you have like 8 CCTV cameras. It's a lot of cameras and a pretty large scale system that you're building. Cool, yeah. That's pretty cool. So a lot of CCTV cameras, but it's a pretty cool project to do and get some experience with. I like your opinion on generalization of VLM. Can I use synthetic data set for from AI platform to generate a huge data set? Yeah, for sure. You can definitely use the synthetic data for that. It's just also getting the question answering sort of ground truth data together with the images. That's the hard problem. But yeah, for sure you can use the synthetic data, and it's a pretty good way to explore as well. But it's a huge. You really need a really huge data set. possible to build a model that runs on lightweight hardware that detects obstacles based on depth estimation and warns the user with audio feedback. Yeah, so it's probably like the best model to step anything for both metric depth but also accuracy. You should definitely use a GPU to run it. Like you won't be able to run any AI models without running it on GPUs. I'm not sure if you can optimize it for specific frameworks and so on, so it can run faster. But yeah, it's pretty much the only option. You don't really need to like run full real time 30 frames per second. You can probably skip a couple of frames here and there if you just work basic obstacle avoidance. What your hairstyle name? So that's a good question. I'm not even sure what it's called. I just show my barber a photo of my hair previously. That's the best question I've gotten today. No, it's pretty good. It's pretty good right now. Perfect length. Could be maybe a bit shorter, but I have no idea what it's called. I'm not really don't really know what different hair types are called. It's just like shorter from here, and and becomes longer and longer, and then longer on the top. Wouldn't call it like a fade, but it is kind of like a fade, but still long. Yeah, so I have a couple of vlogging videos where I basically like share what I'm doing throughout my day. Doing a bunch of different projects. So my main full-time position, doing tons of YouTube videos, courses, the AI career program. Doing a lot of work for that, like preparing new videos, preparing new courses. I'm also investing a lot lately, but probably spending 1 2 hours on investing every day as well. So I'm doing a lot, but also go to the gym. Pretty much try to go to the gym every day and do sports at least. Go for walks as well. So also like to go out for dinner, go out to eat, and just enjoy life as well. But most of the time is spent in front of the computer working on a bunch of different projects. But I have some videos where I cover more details about that, some vlogging videos. I'm definitely going to create more about that in the future, both my lifestyle, my routine, how I'm working, and all that. Yeah, so it's pretty weird that the jetpack version, new jetpack version, is not working. Let me think. Yeah, all the jets on board should be able they should be compatible with all jetpack versions. It could be the host operating system that doesn't work with that jetpack version, but I'm not sure. It could also be that it's trying to use some cast stuff on your host machine while it's building or installing the stuff or flashing the jets on. Could be some of that as well. Where it works. So I'm working from Dubai. I live in Dubai, so that's where I do my main work. But I'm traveling sometimes, both back in Denmark where I'm from, and some other places around the world where I'm working from. But my main base, 95% of the time, I'm in Dubai. Huge fan from Brazil, man. Hey, man. Welcome to the live stream as well. I'm starting out in Python, and I intend to use your videos to learn about computer vision. Definitely a good idea, man. I pretty much cover everything. I have 500 videos. I cover all the basics, OpenCV stuff, computer vision processing, also advanced computer vision. Now getting in now also AI, machine learning, deep learning, all of that. Have courses and playlists for all of them. So yeah, for sure, definitely go check them out. I also have some courses if you want some more structure around it and so on. But you can just check that out later along the line. I have everything free as well on the YouTube channel. Pretty nice to see so many guys joining in here. That's cool, and a lot of cool questions throughout the last couple of hours. Love you too. Welcome. Hello, Noel. How can we check a bounding box is within the other bounding box when extracting inference from YOLO? You can just prompt ChatGPT or whatever to come up with a function for that, but it's pretty much just going to take the corners and check if it's within the other box. It's a pretty simple, like probably two lines of code. It's just some basic logic. You just need to run through all four corners, check if they're within the other boundaries, and that's pretty much it. Can I ask you a question about YOLO, sir? Yeah, for sure. Go ahead, and I'll see if I can answer. Hey, Rachel. Let me see. I see. I can. Can you share tools and skills we need to focus on to excel as a computer vision engineer? Since you're a analytic, your insights will be relevant to 2 years. Would be really valuable. Yeah, for sure. So I also have the air career program. I'm not sure if you've seen that, but it's in all my video descriptions on my website as well. So that's pretty cool. But they pretty much teach everything in there, like how to not even become a computer vision engineer, AI engineer, but also just like to be investing, personal branding, like how to get out there, how to get work. It's all about like putting your work out there, focusing on practical work, actually like applying computer vision use cases to real business use cases. Like we can all run object detection models with Autolytics on a video stream. Like I can do that in 5 minutes. That doesn't mean I'm able to solve problems in the real world and act like scale systems. Like take four, five cameras connected to a system, have it run in real time, talk together with backend systems, create a UI on top of it, and so on, and actually like provide business value. That's the most important thing. So that's definitely what you need to focus on. Of course, you need to know the fundamentals, but a lot of people like to focus 80% of the theory. They have no idea like how to scale models, like how to actually like put models out there and provide business value. And that's very unfortunate because 80% of the work is pretty much on the deployment, on scaling systems and getting it to work in the real world and putting stuff into production. Um, so definitely go in and check that out if you're interested. But yeah, I'm going to create way more readers around it because most people like they think we can just sit in a Jupyter notebook and play around with models and have fun all the time, but no companies are really looking for that. Only if you get into like the very high positions that Meta, Google, and so on, they have the resources just spend money on that. You need to actually like provide value. There's no value in like running an object detection model that only it doesn't really even work. Like most of the systems, like I can see a lot of videos being posted on LinkedIn and so on, where people are just creating computer vision models and saying, "Oh, I'm doing this and this estimation. I'm doing this and this estimation. I calculate the speed of these objects and so on." And it's just pure BS. Like the cars is like it's going 2 kilometers. It's just 2 kilometers per hour, but it's like it's literally driving on a highway. So we can all create systems that work locally on your own computer. You can just prompt ChatGPT and you can create a system in 5 minutes. You need to know the theory, of course, but not on like a technical on a technical like very low level. So a lot of people are missing that, and that's kind of like what I'm trying to push and also teach. It's so important. They say there are multiple vehicles detected in a frame, and ways to count tires, axles for each vehicle. The vehicle and wheel would be two different classes. Probably need to let me think. So if you just need a per frame, that will be fine. Just do object detection. But if you need it for a whole video sequence, you'll definitely need to do object tracking. And then for every new track you get, you have a unique ID. And then for each unique ID, you just extract the bounding box basically from the image. You can just slice it with NumPy. So you can just take the bounding box, you'll get the coordinates. You can just slice that from the full frame. So you have your bounding box. Then on the bounding box, you can run like detection models directly on that to count the number of tires and so on. And then you'll just add that information to the unique ID. But if you're just doing individual object detection on single frames, you won't really know what car have you already like counted the axles and also the tires and so on for. So yeah, that's kind of like how you'll solve that. Yeah, locked autofocus. Yeah, let me just check. But just bought like a webcam because my other camera it overheats when I'm streaming for too long. Um, there should be there perfect. And the focus is even better than the autofocus, but yeah, it should be good now. Even has auto exposure. Why did it turn that on? There we go. It should look better. Yeah, for sure. So man, it's definitely like the approach thing. Can we get the high parameters in which MS Crocodile data was trained for fusion model available for download? No, but I have no idea about those. I found using too much augmentation was deteriorating amino acid precision rather than increasing. Yeah, it could. It's often the case. Like, don't use too much data augmentation. It's just going to destroy the data set. Also, is there any general rule on how many epochs we should train our model for computer vision tasks? It depends on the high parameters. It depends on your dataset size, the models. But if you're training like ultralytics, they're like going to scale depending on how many epochs you choose. I normally just go for like depending on data size, like probably 50 to 100 epochs. That's more than fine. Some models you can even get away with 30 epochs, but that's probably too early. But yeah, 50 to 100 epochs. I normally just start at 50 epochs, see okay, does it converge, and if it does, it's good, or I'll just train for longer. Oh, feel free to ask any questions. It's nice to sit here and answer them as well. Don't be sorry for that. Is it worth to train the model from scratch to recognize a subset of traffic signals, or should I have a good result fine tune entire model? If you want to train it from scratch, like you need thousands of images. So if you only have a couple of hundreds, it should be good enough just like fine tune a tiny model. You can even like fine tune larger model as well, depending on how much data you have. So definitely start with fine tuning. Take a look at the results. Um, if you don't have enough data, like you will get worse results with training it from scratch anyway. Yeah, when you create a dataset, if you want to detect an arbitrary number, like a couple of number of classes, you should label all of them in the same image. Just run here for a couple of minutes. Hey man, welcome, welcome back. You've been staying here for a short little break. Anyone use Saji Inference once, and it took a lot of time. This framework not meant for using real. No, no, it's not meant for real time. Depending on like how the hardware you have and the size of the model and so on, because you basically just increase the inference speed with the number of tiles that you're using in the Saji window. So if you have 30 frames per second and you want to use 10 windows in Saji, you only have 3 frames per second. Because it basically just needs to process more pixels. So there's always a trade-off between accuracy and speed. Awesome, man. Yeah, this month I started studying computer science. You say that you're kind of inspiration for me because I chose to specialize in artificial intelligence. Yeah, for sure, man. Happy to have some influence, and it's cool. Cool. I'm not sure if you've seen some of the videos and so on, but yeah, it's definitely a nice field, and especially computer science and AI. So much is going on. It's only going in one direction for sure. Not sure how long you've been following for and so on, and also after the Activate program, if you're interested in looking into that, I have that on my website. It's pretty cool as well and contains pretty much a whole system and all of that. It's definitely good start. Like get started with getting a degree, doing some useful unusual stuff. It's not about just getting the degree because again, like a lot is going to happen in the next 3 to 5 years in AI. It's only going in one direction, so it's definitely about standing out and like building networks and knowing how to deploy systems and so on. Because just the model training, playing around with model architectures and basic computer vision, AI algorithms and so on is just going to be replaced by large language models. In one of your videos, you provided code for sliding window, but haven't tried it yet. Can we restrict the number of tiles the image is broke? Yeah, so it's basically two parameters. You specify how many tiles you want to divide it into, but also the overlap percentage that you want to have between each tile. Because you can't just slice your image in like strict tiles, because then you might be in situations where you basically just cut an object over in half, and you won't be able to detect those. So you have sliding windows, choose number of windows, but you will also need like 10-20% overlap in each individual tile. But you can basically just divide your image into four tiles. That will be pretty good. We'll still be able to run in real time, and you'll get significantly better inference speed, or not inference speed, but accuracy on smaller objects. That would be sweet spot, I guess. I'm using RTX 3090 for AI inference, training and inference. Yeah, so if you do some optimization, deep stream, TensorRT, and so on, you can even increase it even more, or some of the other optimization frameworks. I plan to upgrade my GPU, currently using RTX 3090. Are commercial cards A5000, A6000 worth investing, or should I go with gaming GPUs? Yeah, so if you're just using The gaming GPUs you can't really use those for commercial applications, but they're very good. Like the 4090 card is very strong, and the A6000 and so on is better for training because it has more RAM and so on. But it's also pretty fast, but it has like a very high energy consumption as well. It's more like a server GPU. It's very good for inference and both training the A6000. Um, or the 40,000 series is pretty strong. 3090 is also pretty good. But if you want to train larger models and so on, like the server GPUs with, I think A6000 has like 48 gigs of RAM, so you can have like a larger batch size. You can train more images and larger models as well. But and it will also train faster, but it's not really too big of a problem if you're just training overnight or something. But the inference speed doesn't really come too much from the actual like GPU. It's more the optimization to the model. Even if you're using autolytics, you can play around with pruning. So I have some pruning models as well. You can use quantization. So quantize your model, use pruning, try out all these optimization techniques. Have videos, it's basically just a couple of commands that you need to call, and you can remove like 10% of dead weights in your model, for example, and see if that decreases the mean error precision and so on. So that's also a pretty good way. And if you go with this A6000, like it's more dedicated server GPU, so it's not really general purpose as the other cards. So if you want to use it for any other stuff, then AI, it's not a good card. Might require more cooling, better CPU to handle the workload and so on. So yeah, three simple tips that is important to know when we're building our own personal brand. Yeah, so the first one is basically like gets the first thing is get started. Like a lot of people, they don't want to get started because they're too nervous, like putting stuff out there. What are people thinking and so on. And of course, like when you're starting out, you just have to put in the work. Like it will always be some kind of like cringe factor. Even when I started YouTube, like I had several thousand subscribers, I still thought it was cringe. Didn't really tell my friends or anything about it because they would they would just laugh basically. So it's all about getting started. The best tip, get get started. Like that's both the hardest step, but it's also a pretty good tip, and where most people is failing. They just don't want to do it, but it doesn't take too much time. So best tip, get started, and then the other two is basically like put your work out there. Build a network. Try to engage with people. Like build a network. Don't just try to reach out to people asking for stuff. Like nobody's just going to give you stuff. So you need to build a personal brand. People will start to reach out to you once you provide value. So the most important thing for building a personal brand is providing value. If you don't provide value, like no one is going to follow you, or like whatever you're doing. No one is going to want to network with you if you're not providing value in any way. So get started. Provide value. It doesn't have to be anything like too complex, and also in the start you just need to put out. That would be four tips because I have one more. So in the start, just focus on quantity. So you can always do more quality later on when you figure out like what you want. In the start, it's just important to put stuff out there, figure out like what works for you, what you like creating content or like content like could be blog posts, could be post anyway, how you engage with people, how do you interact with people and so on. Like figure out what is the best way for you, and then like once you know that, once you put out the quantities, you'll get even get like a personal brand just from that, and then you can always like focus more on quality over time, which will build like even more. And then the fourth thing is like focus on a niche. So if you're just going to put out like general stuff about like how to run a business or whatever, like, or I'm doing a CEO consulting or advice or whatever. Like, find a niche. Like, I found computer vision, and C++, like theoretical computer vision. That's kind of like how I started out, and then you can like go broader along the way. So get started, find a niche. Can't even remember the other ones. Get started, find a niche, figure out what works for you, and provide value. And I have videos, templates for all of it, like how I did my whole journey. Right now, I'm growing like at 50 followers a day on LinkedIn, so it's growing pretty fast now as well. So even within a year, I'll probably have around 40K followers on LinkedIn. I started like 1.5 year ago, February, not this year, but last year. Basically from zero, just started to put out content there. I'm creating 3 to 4 posts a week, sometimes posting my videos as well, but I'm probably spending not even an hour a week, and I'm getting like 300, 400 followers per week. And once you get to like 5, 10K followers on LinkedIn, for example, it's just an example. Like you can build it on any platform, also X, Twitter, and so on. Like you basically just have a network, you have contacts, people will start to reach out to you, and you're pretty much just set. You're pretty much just set because you'll have so many opportunities to do work, business, create projects, create products, build an audience, build communities. All of those things are just going to scale once you get to that point. So once you have 5, 10K followers, like you have like you can pretty much go full. You can pretty much go full time on it. Of course, not just from having the followers, but then you'll have the resources to act like really commit to it and go all in and have it as a full time job. Like you can easily do business for 10K a month once you have 5, 10K followers on LinkedIn. And it took me less than a year to get to that point. Of course, I had my YouTube and all of that, but most of my traffic comes from just posting on LinkedIn. Also, wish to learn about large language models, and RTX 4090 does not support NVLink. So for getting a commercial card and stack more is needed. Yeah, I'm not sure why you would need NVLink unless you want to stack like a lot of cards together. There's even like motherboard supporting directly like four to eight GPUs at the same time, so that's pretty powerful. So NVLink is only if you want to like scale a lot of GPUs at the same time. You could like use NVLink for 4 to 8 GPUs, but for those motherboards probably support it, but probably be a bit overkill. Yeah, the commercial card is just pretty steep in price. I'm not sure what the A3000. I think I looked it up like pretty recently, but they're probably at least 3 to 5K in that range. Can't remember the exact number, but if you want to stack multiple of those together, it's going to be pretty steep. But depending on use case and how much resource you have and so on, it's also cool to play around with. You can also just stack multiple 4090s. That's also very powerful. I've seen a lot of people do that, especially if it's not for commercial use cases. Because once you start to stack like four eight GPUs together, like you need some hefty cooling, like very good cooling, or it'll just degrade in performance. You need like very good CPUs as well. Like you need server grade CPUs as well. Can basically handle all the work, or your CPU is just going to be the bottleneck. So if the CPU can feed the GPU's information fast enough, then it's just going to be a bottleneck and a waste of money on the GPUs. Yeah, for sure. It's definitely like definitely. It requires a lot of research to figure out, but it depends on the use case. If you wanted to use it for training, inference, and so on, it's pretty strong. You can also take a look at L4 GPUs. They are also pretty good. Good trade-off between inference and training. And if you're only looking for training, like and you have unlimited budget, just go for 800. That's pretty crazy. Thanks, bro. You shared a lot of value. Oh, where did that go? Oh, I think your message just disappeared. Maybe you edited it or deleted it. 2 tips for stalking a video when we shoot it. What do you mean by stalking? 2 tips for stalking in video when we shoot it. I'm not 100% sure what you mean. You make a video I'm running on device YOLO on Android. I used Flutter Autodesk, but I couldn't build the app. Yeah, so I already have that demo up and running, so I'll just have to create a video at some point. Might take some time to set up on my computer, have it on a different computer, but yeah, I'm definitely planning to create a video around that. I also like record one time for 5 videos, for example. Yeah, so I'm batching most of my videos that I'm creating. It just saves a ton more time, but you need a lot of I think you need a lot of experience with the creating videos to be able to do that because in the start it takes like a long time to figure out how you want to record, what works, and how you should plan your videos, the whole flow of the videos, and so on. I don't think I'll be able to batch process them like if I was just starting out, but now I'm trying to batch as much as possible. Depending on it also depends on the complexity of what you want to cover because if you want to dive really into details, create a lot of code and so on, you might not be able to focus on like multiple projects at the same time. But if I'm just creating some simple videos, I'm probably recording like 2, 3 videos at the same time. Or not at the same time, but after each other, just to so I'm in the flow, know what I'm talking about. I had the whole setup up and running. But it's not like I'm reusing some stuff in another video. So it's not like I record one video and then I use that video for 3 different videos and plan all of that and so on. That would just be too complex compared to just re-record everything again. Also because I have editors helping me out, so they wouldn't understand the reasoning behind that. Just try to figure out like a pipeline and an approach that works for you. But it's a good way to save time to batch your videos and content that you're doing. Where's your IG, my guys? It's Nikolai Coates on my name and then Coates. CODES. Yeah, I just started my Instagram like a couple of months ago, so I'm just creating some content here though. Not I'm putting too much work into it. Just trying here and there. Just trying to grow all my platforms as much as possible. Posting some content here and there, what I'm doing, and when I'm not sitting at the computer. So if some of the guys want to follow along in my life and what I'm doing when I'm not sitting in front of the computer, it's a great way to share some stories and posts and etc. I'm trying to create some reels and shorts and so on as well. But yeah, thanks a lot for the words. Trying to put out great content though, but nice way to share some stuff about my life. Probably just turn off the live stream here in a couple of minutes. So been streaming for 4 hours. Saturday night now. I'll probably stream tomorrow as well, and then when I'm working in the weekdays as well. So I'm definitely just going to create this work with me live stream where people can jump by. It's pretty cool, and I'm sitting here anyway, so better just stream and engage with people. Is university necessary to be an AI engineer? No, it's not. Take a university degree if you get it for free, and then spend the time on that, like doing real world stuff. Don't spend too much money on university degrees. It's not about that. It's about providing value, not about the degree. According to you, what is the biggest impact that will be given by AI in the next 5 years? Giving one thing, do you think will affect the world? I will definitely be. It'll definitely be human robots from probably from Tesla, most likely from Tesla Optimus. Full self-driving is also going to have a huge impact in the next 5 years, but that's only for transportation. Optimus and human robots can change any industry. But also just the large language models, like in 5 years, we'll have AI agents, we'll have large language models knowing all the theory and stuff like that. So it's more about like knowing high level stuff, high level systems, how you can connect systems, how systems work under the hood, and so on. Because that's the hardest thing for AI and large language models to learn, because it's not something that you can just learn on the internet. It's actually like practical skills and experience and knowledge that you need to have. So also one of the reasons why I don't recommend it like a university degree and all of that, compared to like focusing on building real system, knowing how real systems work out in the real world, because that's the hardest to replace with AI. So people starting out in the degree now with being done in like 3 to 5 years is definitely going to be a different world by then. Just as like I was studying a couple of years ago, and I couldn't imagine how easy it would be been with large language models, just just to use ChatGPT for everything, and just focus on building systems, I would have more time for my YouTube and all of that. So I just focus on building my business, YouTube, and all of that instead of my studies. Like on the bachelor, I didn't get any good grades at all, and I even did spend all time on the classes and so on. And then I just started like learning AI, machine learning, and all of that. And we had some courses on the master, which is pretty much just A's because I knew everything in advance. So I got better grades when I was not spending time in university and just spending time on what I liked and what makes sense. But one thing is definitely Optimus. At least in 5 years, could be 3 years, we start to see some impact. And if we're just talking 2 to 3 years, I think I lost. Okay, I lost volume on one of them. Yeah. If you're just talking 2 to 3 years, still like large language models, AI agents. 5 years, Optimus, have humanoid robots. So just lost the battery on my AirPods. It's perfect time to end the stream here. Running out of battery. So thanks a lot, everyone, for joining. Probably like just stream whenever I'm working. Like not really any reason not to. Might not have audio on all the time, but let's see. Also need to do some work. I still did a lot of work today, even though I answered a bunch of questions. But it's nice to see all people joining, asking a lot of questions, and just engaging. Yeah, I should make a podcast live. I should do a lot of things. I'm probably doing like 20 different things already, but it's hard to do a podcast as well. It's just like a whole new area, a whole new field in itself. Could probably create some interviews or podcasts just on my YouTube with a few guys. That could be a pretty good idea, but scaling a podcast is very hard as well. Yeah, for sure. Give me the last question. I'll run. What is the rich meaning for you? So for my life, or anything specifically you're referring to? So what is the rich meaning for you? Or what does rich mean for me? In general, it's just like location, time, and also geographical freedom. I want to be able to do what I want, work on the things I want. I want to be able to do the stuff that I can, like afford all the stuff that I want. It's not really that I want everything in the whole world, but there's definitely like some things that I want and just be able to do and do whatever I want, work on the projects that I want, and from wherever in the world I want to. So I like traveling as well, going around, just having all my work on my laptop. It's very good. Also getting into a lot of trading and investing and so on. And my goal is to make the same on trading next year, as I'm doing with all my other incomes combined. I'm studying AI in uni right now. It's like 90% math. I feel super dumb because of that. I want to ask how much math truly need in the industry. As I'll probably answer this question like 10 times throughout this live stream here, so definitely go back if you want to like a more detailed answer. But the quick answer is basically like there's a huge gap between university and getting out in the real world, because the real world is not about theory, it's not about math. Like not many companies, especially like smaller companies, they don't have resources for you to just sit and do math for like 9 months and not really achieve anything. It's more about like solving use cases, solving business use cases and so on. So I like have a video covering, like it's called What Universities Don't Teach You. Definitely check out that video. I think it's like 10 minutes where I just go over all the BS from the universities and the huge gaps. So like normal, if you just follow the traditional path, that's also what I'm teaching inside my AI career program. So if you just follow the traditional path, like you're not going to be exceptional. Like no one is really going to, no one's going to give you opportunities and so on. You get like a 5-year degree. Okay, you spend 5 years just getting a degree. Everyone else did that too. So you're basically starting at the same point as everyone else, compared to like spending time on like building systems, building networks, doing personal branding and so on. So you just unlock a bunch of opportunities. I can pretty much do whatever I want now. I finished my studies like a year ago, probably like 14 months ago. I can do whatever I want now, because I just spent the last 2 years like building business, build my own personal brand and all of that. And I probably make like 10-15 times the amount of money that my other like classmates are doing now. And it's only scaling where you just get stuck. You get out into positions, you need to start in internships. You get a 5-year degree, you need to do internships. You get a junior position, okay, then you're working for 5 years. You start to get into more senior positions. You start to work on the projects that you want to work on, but you're still stuck in that job. Like you're still stuck in jobs. You can't just quit your job, work from wherever you want. You don't have a network. You don't have your own personal brand. And that's just like the traditional path. So if you're just doing the exact same thing as everyone else, like you can't expect to achieve something. You can't really expect to achieve anything. Of course, there's always exceptions. Like it's not just like generalizing. You miss a human interaction when you're constantly in home office. So yeah. Sometimes like definitely like trying to network and so on. Like I have tons of meetings every single day, but so I have a lot of human interaction. Like I'm always on the phone answering messages and so on. But it's not like physical human interaction. Sometimes, but I have like a lot of cool friends and all of that as well, supporting. So I'm around people like a lot of time throughout the day as well. But there's not really any question for me. Can't spend time on commuting back and forth. So it would be nice to have like an office to go like 1 week once a year, but I would never trade it from working from home. Could be if it's my own company and so on at some point where I have like employees, but then it will still it will not be a home office, but then I'll still have all the freedom. So I won't give up my freedom for like human interaction or offices, because I can still get human interaction. I can just go outside and talk with people on the street. How long did it take to build all these, and what are the things that you wish you know when you started? Yes, so when I started, it was basically just like I didn't know any of the opportunities that I have now. When I started out, I just wanted to create like a YouTube channel, basically just to learn more, research stuff, try to help other people as well, but also build like a side business so that could potentially like pay for my vacations the rest of my life, just passive income, pay my vacations the rest of the life. Now it's pretty much just unlock my own life so I can do whatever I want. So I couldn't imagine that when I started out on YouTube videos like 4 years ago. But building my personal brand, freelance business, all of that is within like 2 years. So 2 to 3 years, and 2 to 3 years, and I'm in a pretty good position now. And it's only going one direction, getting larger network, pretty cool guys that I'm working with, and so on. What are good companies to start with AI and visual computing in Europe? Research, internship, after master. I don't really like Europe in general. No innovation is happening in Europe. Of course, there's always exceptions. If you want to visual computing in Europe, like check out Hugging Face. Hugging Face is pretty nice. They're doing a pretty good job, and of course, there's always good companies, but I don't really like Europe in general for like they're not innovating at all. But I don't know any like specific companies and internships and all of that. I'm mainly working with US. But of course, like Meta, Google, all of those guys, they have branches in all over Europe. So that's also some pretty good options. I'll probably just jump here in a minute, so I'll check if one more question comes in, or I'll just leave it here. Just finished up my other work here, and that's it for today. Then we're back at it tomorrow. But yeah, read for me, just work on whatever I want, create the projects I want. Maybe someday I want to go to office, I can do that as well. Do you know SMMA, and do you think that's still business models? No, don't start it. It's very saturated. It's very competitive. Of course you can still succeed in it, but it's not the best business model. The best business model is basically just find a service, be the middleman. And then do that. Like freelance projects within AI and so on is also pretty good, but everything is about network. Like once you have an audience, once you have a network and so on, like you can pretty much start whatever business. So yeah, you're probably familiar with Iman Gadzhi and those guys if you're looked into SMMA. And he's just starting all sorts of business now because he has an audience. But just providing services is the best. Like just a service agency, and then you can provide whatever service. Like you can clean windows, whatever. Oh, it's not good. It's very saturated. Hard to get into. It's very competitive. Depends on the market and so on. But it's the cool thing to do, so everyone is doing that. But often it's the boring business that makes the most. How do you feel teaching and educating had improved your knowledge? So basically everything, like it motivated me maybe more to research stuff, look into new stuff, like be able to stay up to date, all of that. So it has definitely helped me a lot, but also my speaking skills, how I present stuff, talk with people, like do presentations, all of that. So it has helped me in a bunch of different ways. But yeah, you understand things better when you explain to other people. So I'm also creating the videos for Autolytics, my own channel and so on. It's pretty much just straightforward. It just feels like it's
it's my language basically. But yeah, inside the course, I'm teaching like how to set up like freelance business, get clients, network, like how to communicate with clients, how to be professional, and so on. You can do a few things and you will stand out like significantly from all the other people. Even just what I call the modern day suit, just the camera setup and so on. If I just turn up my webcam on my MacBook, I'm not going to stand out. If I turn on my camera up here, like people is just mind blown. Like every time I attend a meeting, like everyone is just like, they start out mentioning my whole setup, my camera, everything, and just have like a couple of lights. I just know some tips and tricks here and there, but people, they just take you more serious. They just like, you just get way more credibility once you look more professional and you stand out compared to like, they have meetings all day with all sorts of people, shitty webcams, bad microphones, everything. I just turn up with everything, and it's basically just landing deals for free. Cool. I'll probably just let the stream here run for some time and get back at some point, maybe answer some questions in the chat if I'm available on phone. But all else, I'll just close the stream now. So thanks a lot for dropping by, and I'll see you guys in one of the upcoming days. Definitely do a lot of these streams here, probably like every day or every second day or something like that. So thanks for